Good afternoon. How is everyone doing on this fine Monday? Where are we? There we are. Oh, dark as sin, 1 second. That's a lot better, isn't it? Good morning, Blizz. Good morning, NG. And congratulations on the 3 out of 4 Zelot pieces. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend and that they're settling into the week nicely. It is gorilla slaying time. We've been doing some bits, we've been doing some bobs. Crafting level is getting chipped away at. We are now 80 crafting, which is very, very good, because soon we may need to be making ourselves some jewelry. Right. Oh well. Yeah, today's the day. We're going to get some good RNG on our side, and we are going to get ourselves a couple of demonic gorilla drops. Ow. Oh, I see. That doesn't help, does it? Fantastic start. Now, I can't hear the game at all due to the music for some reason. I may have to crank that up. The believers are doing fantastic on the poll. This is hopefully a bit better for me now, sound-wise. There we go. Is the sound sounding okay today? I know we had a couple of issues last time and I've been away, so I haven't really had a chance to fix it, but I'm hoping it sounds fine now. If not, let me know. I'll do some tweaks. We should be good. The day I get invited to All-Stars is the day that the game is doomed. Music's louder than me. Okay, okay. Let's fix that. That means I can probably turn this down to here. There we go. If that's too quiet, I'll tweak it back up, but that means I can now hear the game better, so that probably was a bit too loud. Been messing around with my stream settings a tiny bit. But just let me know if that's better. Fantastic. Thank you. So how's everyone's weekend been? Did you do any fun? Did you escape the runes Did you get any good drops? I think today is going to be a heavy frame or a monkey tail kind of day. And I don't know why. I just have a good feeling. Now, the end of a campaign is always a sad thing, but also an opportunity for new things. So as long as your group's going to stay together, hopefully, then that's an opportunity for a new campaign. And if they're a forever DM, your current group's DM, then maybe it's a chance for someone else to take the reins. Is the campaign feeling in a good spot to actually end? Or does it kind of feel like it could be premature? Ah, you see. Already one in the works. Now, for anyone that isn't aware, over on the Discord, there is currently a competition being run, which is being bankrolled by Grizz. If you get the closest guess to within 100 KC of me getting a full green log plus the 4 Zenites that I'm after, you get 100 mil, whether that is in cash or bonds. So if you're not on the Discord, hop on there, have a little look, and get your vote in. Let's make sure I move these down here. Games been going on for ages, feel like it'd be a good time. Yeah, that's one of the things with D&D campaigns. I think so, Pixar. I think he said, because obviously anyone who hasn't seen anything yet still has a chance to get their vote in. Obviously, if you've made one already, you can't put another one in. KC is currently at, I'll tell you in 2 seconds. 261. So Casey is still low at the moment. We have finished our first demonic gorilla task. We're now working through our second 187. Crafting and crafting prep has kind of been something I've been able to do whilst being unable to actively play. But now that we're back, these KC is going to start flying. Now I wish I had some demonic weaponry. That'd be fantastic. But I don't. And this setup is working for me. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a cutoff point for the comp, but I just know that it's up. Oh, ran our seeds. We're actually getting quite a few magic seeds and stuff like that, which will be fantastic for future farming. Obviously, the only downside is I have to leave here to go and do it. And I'm not very willing to leave here right now, because now that I'm sort of locked into the flow of it, I don't I don't want to leave. I'm just enjoying killing the demonic gorillas. And the RNG has been swinging my way. Let's say that. We currently have a wonderful stack of hard clues in the bank. And hopefully we'll continue to do so. By the end of it, we might have quite a good opening. Elites, less likely. They're 1 in 500. So if we have any elites, then that could have been a Zenite. But we should have enough supplies for the entire day of just grinding these out, no leaving. Which is always good. I doubt we'll have to. We may have to cook a few more sharks, but we've got like 2k cooked up right now. We may also see our first point skipping for Black Demon task. We've got quite a few points to work with, so I'm not too afraid. I think we should be fine. But we're going to spend all of the points available to us on skips. So we're not going to be tutorial skipping or any of that kind of stuff. Not yet, at least. So everything is set up and ready to go. Now we just need some drops. Now I'm considering not praying piety, only on the basis that it does drain a ton of mana. Who's this guy? Prayer points. Imposter RuneScape player. But now my accuracy's gone down to like a 0. The good thing is, in full Carol's gear, the usual state of play is, if it swaps to a ranged attack, if I just pray melee, usually the Carol's is enough to tank the first hit of magic. So then that gives me an indicator that I'll be okay, and obviously can then swap after. If you just keep walking away like that, so it's going to be mage, you can just keep it on constant, not getting slammed by that first attack. And it does save quite a few supplies. I did see the summer sweep up changes coming in though, where demonic gorillas are going to stay on a particular prayer for longer, I believe. So we'll see if that actually ends up being useful to us at the end of the day. We may be finished before that change comes in, depending on when it comes in, if anyone knows. I don't know when the sweep up changes are actually due to be coming into the game. But some very, very interesting stuff. Especially the Corrupted Gauntlet. Some people loved it, some people hated the idea. I think it's quite nice that they didn't drop the drop rate. All they did was change how the prep works, which is pretty good. Yeah, agility shortcuts would be good as well. There were tweaks and changes to the Sepulchre, which I'm not one of those people that gets particularly upset if a change is made after I've done a more difficult grind, because it just means someone else gets an easier time of it, you know? But being able to boost to get to the next floor is such a massive change. I think that's something that should have happened a long time ago. Because having to get to 92 agility to get to that last floor was a bit of a pain in the ass. Yeah, the mulch pearl ones stung a tiny bit as well. But once again, someone out there that probably never would have done the aerial fishing now might actually be encouraged to go do it. And that's a good thing. Papaya tree seeds. Let's have a look at that. One in 357. I mean, the seed drops around here are a bit strange anyway. We've had a couple of dragon fruit seeds now, which is not ideal. But as I said, any seed is just farming XP. And as long as we get it alongside the other drops, then it's good. If we get it instead of the drops, it's bad. So I'm wondering if they give back some of the pearls that you got initially. And if so, like, what am I going to spend those extra 500 pearls on? Yeah, exactly, Queen. What are we going to do with that now? I mean, if they gave you something like a, I don't know, like a fish bundle that you could spend pearls on, maybe mulch or aerial fishing becomes a way to get resources and get pearls. Sorry, get fish through using pearls. Which would be a bit of a weird one, but, you know, outside the green log and the cosmetics, doesn't do too much for you. If you could golden tench to turn it into a pearl tench and make it look like a sort of pearl colored koi fish, I think that would look kind of cool. Sort of pearl and orange, that'd be sick. Zero supply drops so far. Usually you get a couple of prayer pots. Not today. Yeah, exactly. Even something like a POH decoration would be nice. I need to see what server I'm on. I feel like I'm lagging a tiny bit. I think it's a British world. It is. No, I'm not lagging at all. Maybe just brain lag. Getting back into the swing of things. We have our Ring of Life on. We have our Teleport Crystal. So we're pretty safe. If you could, yeah, tie a string between the two and dual wheel, that would be kind of sick as well. Just any sort of fun cosmetic thing would be nice. Make it feel like those pearls wasn't a waste of time. But that's what I mean. At the time that we did it, anyone that's done it already, it wasn't a waste of time then. So I guess retroactively, it would be kind of difficult to want those things back in. So we just accept the loss and move on. We'll give us something cool. Now the good news is we are going to have so many runite bolts when we eventually come to shooting a crossbow. I was looking at the idea of using a RCB here, but it doesn't look like it would make much difference, and the attack speed is the kind of key thing. Getting in enough attacks to get him to swap styles is what we want. Yeah, the pearl rates weren't good. So it's good that they buffed that as well. But I guess that is the entire purpose of the summer sweep up, isn't it? It's to look at dead content and say, we can do better, or we want to encourage more players to do this content, so they just do it. And that's nice. And some people, you know, they like the changes, some people hate them. But how does everyone else feel about the CG changes? I was actually quite impressed with how they handled it. I forgot my strength potions again. We will bring them on the next one. Oh my. See, I can't say too much about the aerial vision grind as well, because I did get a ton of golden tenches. So my grind was a bit on the easier side in general. Look at these clicks. Awful. Getting these quick prayer swaps in as well makes me a better player. Oh, thank you, my man. I'll kill this first before I type back and die. No self promo. Just some random dude in a cave. Yeah, that's the thing. If you have to go there on your own, it's just, it makes it so much more approachable. Because the prep time, especially for a hardcore, it kind of made it, it was such a daunting thing for me at least. Because I just don't understand how you're supposed to be fast enough to get a tier 3 prep every time. Like watching the farmers doing stuff was insane. Those are big boy gamers, so they know what they're doing. Wait, is it getting pulled, or is it just that's what they're doing? Oh, more toadstool seeds. some reason, Pixar, I thought that it was going to be, that's just what they were doing, but I mean, it is RuneScape, so they tend to poll everything, which is a good thing. I think if the CG changes were just to literally drop the drop rate of the enhanced weapon seed to half, I understand why it might not poll through. But because they're not just doing that, I reckon a lot of people that usually would be kind of on the hardcore side of being like, no, you can't do any changes, don't touch my precious game, might be a little bit more lenient. It's kind of just quality of life, isn't it? Like having to drop 28 items on the floor to then re-pick them back up in a certain order to then make some gear on an RNG-based room sort of scramble always just seemed crazy to me. Because then it's technically a skill issue, you know, someone could say that, but at the same time, the RNG nature within something that's already kind of RNG doesn't feel great. To me, at least. You know, you could run to pretty much every room in the instance, and then they're sitting 3 of them in one corner. And if you ran to all the other 3 corners first, you just basically have to restart your run. And that's what it comes down to. It's one of those ones that it just becomes instance reset basis, where you're like, okay, I don't like how this turned out, I'll just reset and go again. And that's not particularly fun. Yeah, I think some OSRS players don't like changes to old content on the basis that they kind of feel like sweat equity is something that they've put into the game. And because they struggled through it and suffered and eventually overcame it to get the thing, they don't want other people to be able to like fast track to that thing. And I don't think the game should be made easy, because then it kind of defeats the purpose of certain aspects of the game. You know, not everyone should be able to do every bit of content without practicing it a lot. But if you do that sort of gatekeepy vibes with everything, it can be a bit off-putting. You know, not everyone has 6 to 8 hours a day to put into the game. You know, and the game shouldn't be based around those people, but it also shouldn't be based around the people that can sit there for 12 hours every day. It's kind of like World of Warcraft, similar vibes. You'd have people that would be super against any changes that made things easier because they were spending 12 hours a day playing the game. And they would say, well, I grinded for this for 5 weeks at 12 hours a day. And it's like, yeah, that shouldn't be the standard though. But that's just, you know, that's just one man's opinion. Because being a competitive WoW raider for a while, I do feel like that was... It basically turned into a second job, where if you weren't on every waking hour that you could be after work, you were going to get left behind or flamed for not having the correct gear and stuff. And at the end of the day, it is a game. And Jagex usually does incredibly well, in my opinion. Like the polling system, all that kind of stuff. Big fan. Boss mechanics to bridge the gap. Yeah, exactly, NG. Like Scarius, for instance. Yeah, Scarius. He's a fantastic learner boss. Like that's a way to get players to understand prayer switching, movement out of mechanics, all that kind of stuff, without nerfing any of the other later game content. It just lets people go, right, well, this is what I'm expected to do. So as long as I get better at this thing, you know, every boss to a degree has variants of the exact same mechanics. Like there's overhead switches, there's movement, there's weapon changes. If you can just get that down, you can do any content in RuneScape. Obviously to varying degrees. Alright, then 2 seconds, Pixamate. $408 Slayer XP per kill as well. Delicious. Changes won't make CG easier. The Hunliff is the problem. Prep is annoying. I didn't bother learning. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, isn't it? You can do a tier 1 prep if your defensive stat is high enough, and obviously if you're not playing a hardcore, it also doesn't matter that much either because you just die as many times as you want. So it's kind of just a pain point of learning it. The reduced prep time just means that you can get in and practice the boss more, in my opinion. Because the longer you spend smashing your head into the wall, and you can actually spend doing that thing, the better you'll get faster. But the prep was just arduous before. Slash still is unless they bring it in the poll. Don't know how that works. If it has to be voted on, I will definitely be voting for those changes to go through. That's for sure. I wonder when I'm actually going to end up using all of these dragon javelin tips. Dragon javelin tips. I guess when we eventually unlock like Araxor or Leviathan, right? Because once this grind is done, depending on how dry we go, we may be sitting in the high 70s, like getting close to 80s for Slayer. So that does unlock a few more bosses and stuff. Or close to bosses, at least. I think I should actually probably just lazy flick this. So I don't think you would really camp the heavy ballista for any actual ranged killing purposes. But I know when you're fighting Araxor, there's a spider that supposedly you want to hit with a heavy ballista for an instant kill. As well as that, in the Leviathan, when it takes increased damage, you want to shoot it with the sort of heavy weapon that you use. I also think Tormented Demons as well, there's a phase in which you want to hit it with a slow attacking weapon, whether that be a Darok's Axe or Ballista. Yeah, I don't think you'd ever just sit there shooting ballistas or something. By the end of this grind, though, we are going to have a ridiculously high cash stack. I reckon we might be sitting 70 mil by the time we're done, depending on how drops go. Which means construction is basically sorted. Yeah, true. If you get the competition answer correct, you'll be sitting 100 mil richer. More sharks. Can we get some prayer pots to go with that? No task skipping yet. This is still the second task of Demonic Gorillas. So we had an initial 200 and something banked. This is the other 100 that we had. Oh, sorry, the other 262. 213? 213. So once we're finished with the 170 kills remaining, we will have to go and do a little bit of skipping. But as I said, we're doing point skipping, not task skipping. As we have 1,500 saved up, maybe 1,700. Let's have a look. The clicks are feeling slow today. I was away on a stag this weekend. I feel like my body is screaming at me. But I also feel like I developed a sixth sense. And we are definitely getting a big drop today. Oof. It is worryingly easy to get stacked out by these guys. If you stand still under a falling boulder as you get hit off prayer, the damage is quite high. Average kills per trip. If I actually use my brain and remember to bring all of my strength boosting stuff, like my pots, it's actually quite a few. Because they die faster than they can do damage to me. I end up using less prayer pots. So maybe 20? Kind of just depends. It can be more depending on supply drops. There we go, a couple of prayer pots. Yeah, it completely depends on the prayer pot drops at the moment because I'm being lazy and not flicking piety on and off. I'm kind of just tanking it. And then the occasional 28 coming through is always fun. But the faster I can get through the range phase into the melee is when the kills start ramping up. Because I can hit 45s in the current setup with the Slayer helm on. And then with a strength pot, I think I can hit 50 almost. Maybe 48. I'll bring it on this next trip. I'll make sure that I bring the pots. Because it is 3 less food slots, but at the same time, as I said, if they die quicker, I need the food less. Have you all green-logged your demonic gorillas? Or is this something still yet to be touched? I know for some people it is a little bit off-putting. And it kind of depends on how soon you get that first Zenite, really. Because it can be quite demoralizing if you go sort of 800 kills with no Zenite. More Ranars. See, what will make this good is a better spec weapon than the MSB. For instance, having Burning Claws would be kind of nice. Three out of 4 and 331. That's very nice. I guess if that's the main thing you're going for as well, just the Zenite jewelry, then that's a fantastic log. I have a weapon poison plus, but I don't have a plus plus. I haven't actually looked into where you get it. I'm pretty sure I can make it. Because I think my dagger that I've been using for, well, since the beginning has basically been the one you get from the magpie implings or the ninja implings, which just comes with a plus poison. We've been doing damage on our budget around here, you know. Oh, bone knife spec. Okay, interesting. Sarah Bruise is good. These will come in handy at some point. Some spooky content, I'm sure. How much spec energy is it per bone knife stab? This guy's just making boulders fall from the roof 24/7. Okay, so a pretty healthy amount, but if I can get one of those off every fight, or every 2 fights, that might not be terrible. Because the MSB spec it's okay, it just doesn't feel like it's doing the most for me, you know? That is 248 KC. Sorry, 284 KC. Has anyone been watching the Dead Man All-Stars? Is that your cup of tea, or you're not particularly interested? I'm not typically a temporary game mode enjoyer. I have been watching the highlight videos, which has just been something to have on the side. And we will have a video out this weekend. It's been far too long. Just bits and bobs have been happening, so a video is coming. It just means we're now actually ahead of the list, which is a rarity for me. Four diamonds, go on then. Yeah, and then after the next video, you'll have to wait less time for the next one to come out, is the idea. There's a lot of stuff to squeeze in. Yeah, I saw Oda's team's not doing fantastic at the moment. I saw some of the incredible getaways from No Monkey as well. Made me chuckle. Yeah, the Oda Block Warriors are not doing fantastic at the moment. No spoilers in case anyone actually watches it and doesn't want any spoilers, but yeah, they're doing pretty badly compared to what they usually do. However, everyone in that tournament is fantastic at the game, so there's always a chance they can turn it around. Oh, the green text threw me for a second. Okay. More dragon fruit tree seeds. Now, if we look up the drop for that, that is a 1 in 833. So that one hurts a tiny bit more. But, as I said, good farming XP. Yeah, I see what you mean, Lance. That is one of those things that I haven't played a DMM before. I kind of get the idea of it, but yeah, it's if they did like a short intro video type thing, that'd be kind of cool. To be like, here is, you know how they do intros for all the other stuff, or I guess how I do intros for my mini game segments, where they explain exactly what you have to do, the rules, and just make a cool cinematic for it. And then they could just reuse it, you know, every single time. And good afternoon, Grizz. Right. We are bringing stat boosting potions this time. Therefore, more kills this trip. Yeah, exactly. Just something to, like an infographic kind of thing, just to build a bit of hype around it. Although it does seem like DMM, or just PvP content in general, a lot of players seem to really enjoy. I guess it's the trash talk and the drama that comes with it. It gives a similar vibe to like competitive League of Legends, where people sort of back a team, they back an individual, and then they get hyped when they outplay. I don't know enough about it to give any meaningful or insightful commentary. I just know it's fun watching people play games at their sort of best capacity. It's always impressive. Right, let's see how fast the kills are now. We actually have our stat boosting potions. You're getting thumped. It is mainly the ranged accuracy that makes a difference here. Just the consistent hits from the MSB. Thump. Addy bars, okay. Jog a little bit of food. Grizz, I'm convinced you just like the pain and suffering of others. Although Oda's team is kind of the expected favourites, right? Or usually is the expected favourites. So it's nice to see an upset. Although saying that, supposedly West Ham is some sort of like a PK god. But I've not really watched any of his content. I just know that every time there's a tournament, it's him that everyone's scared of. So he must be insane. I just haven't watched enough of his content to know. Like, I'm a very conflict-adverse individual. I don't want to be in the worldy fighting people. Oh, more prayer pots. We're suffering with success here in terms of drops. Have to fight my anti-PvP nature, participate in the next year. Well, that's the thing, you know, get into the All-Stars. It's time. It's now or never. I'm becoming the demonic gorilla whisperer. I can tell when they're going to swap styles and what to swap to, you know? So he wants to melee me right now. Lag. Okay. Stack these here. Not as good as Oda, but good. West Ham. Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely smashing it at the moment. See, how much of it is pure PK skill and then how much of it is strategy, though, right? Because if you just third-party your team every single time, surely you're just going to have a good outcome. Yeah, what is it? The West Ham Weasels now, the Dino Nuggets, the Perp something? Oda Block Warriors. I think the step one of being successful is to have a catchy name. Yeah, the shot calling part seems crazy. Just being able to, in all that chaos of getting attacked by 5 players, maybe more, being able to sort of navigate your way around what's going on does seem quite stressful. Give me those death runes. I thought there was a way in which you could bait these guys to attack you with the first prayer style that you pray against them. Guess not. Yeah, I guess having really good inherent game knowledge does help you massively, because then you can plan for how you want to start out getting gear, all that kind of stuff. Because I guess all that matters is the finale, right? Because you could do absolutely phenomenal during the main games, but if you can't deliver in the finals, then it doesn't matter. And obviously I know you get more gear the better you do during the sort of lead up to the finale, but keep shuffling these around. Right, if we had a Dead Man All-Stars team, right, what would the clan's team name be? Probably something like the Soggy Boys, or I don't think we'd have a particularly exciting name that would get the crowd going. Maybe something like Surprisingly Efficient. It could be the Oat Blokes. Condition is you have to eat junk food for 3 days before, so you are severely bloated when you compete. But I mean, I'm talking excessive amounts. You have to be on the verge of being sick. And only then can you compete. Oh, the G-Loggers isn't bad. Flying Flapjacks. Also not bad. Good afternoon, Joel, my friend. It is going good, thank you. How are you doing? We are settling in to our Demonic Gorilla stint. And as I said, I don't know why, I just have a good feeling about today. I feel like something's going to drop. It's already been a good start. But I think it can get better. Thank you, thank you. I think we will see something good today. I'm hoping it's the monkey tail or the frame. If it isn't, then let the Zenite rain continue. Excuse me. Okay, 2 autos and he's swapped prayers on me. I did just hit a 50, no max it there. Ow. So that is kind of wild. Alright, Pixar, we need to get at least 1 drop then so you can sleep peacefully. Else you have to stay awake till the next stream. And we can't be having that. So don't you worry, we'll get one. Oh. I need to remember to keep on burying these because we're definitely going to hit 81 prayer. We just keep on burying the ashes. And that is one of those grinds that, until we get something that drops bones or bone shards, it's kind of just going to stay stagnant. So stuff like this makes a pretty big difference. Yeah, the 2-1 in 1.5Ks are a little spooky. You know, traditional Oat Bloke RNG. Why have I swapped already? Whoops. Now, traditional Oat Bloke RNG doesn't usually go well. But when there is a stint of bad luck, I usually have a stint of good luck soon after. And I feel like this is it. This is the good luck. Obviously, you can say that to me 3,000 kills in when we haven't got it, but... more seeds. Yeah, exactly, Angie. It's just a game of patience, you know? The main thing is you have to put your name in the hat to win. Because we want that to continue, mate. We don't want that to stop. We need more good luck, and then we can get some bad luck later. I would say that the good luck, technically, though, was also landing demonic gorillas. Because something that isn't really taken into consideration when I go super dry on stuff is that because the RNG nature of even getting the grind in the first place. I mean, Marks of Grace is a different beast. That one's just never going to happen. But getting a good wheel roll is, I'd say, 90% of the luck. And then that's why I sometimes get punished and go dry on stuff. He hasn't attacked yet, so if he mages me now, there we go. sharks. Whoops. Yeah, if we roll marks next, it's going to be a fantastic day. Hopefully not, Pixar. Hopefully not, because we need marks sooner rather than later. Just because I didn't realize how many things, when I first made the account and sort of had the RNG element behind it, I didn't realize just how much was locked behind a single lap of an agility or rooftop. So, yeah. Although, to be fair, there was loads of opportunity for me to get marks of grace on the early wheels. It just didn't happen. There was a point where there was only 7 things on there, and one of them was marks. Now there's 45 things on the wheel, or 42. And one of those is still marks. But the Oats choice introduction will make a big difference, hopefully. Has to be Pixar, surely. Kind of depends on the rate at which things get added to the wheel. Obviously, with Slayer now being, or getting slightly higher up there, we are unlocking more and more Slayer bosses. Or we're getting closer to unlocking Slayer bosses, I should say. I think Gargoyle was a 75, right? Yeah, Gargoyles come in at 75, which means Dusk and Dawn can be added. At 85, Sire can go on, Cave Kraken at 87. And then I guess these last ones, that's going to take a fair bit of time to get to, so we won't worry about that for now. If my range was hitting as hard as my melee does, we'd be rapidly going through these. But compared to my mage setup, the range is definitely better. It's working out a lot nicer. I just feel like I was splashing constantly and just burning through rooms. Yeah, the maging didn't really work out for me. I had a vision in my head of being like, this is the best way to do it. Oh, he changed after one hit. Weak. Yeah, mage it was worth trying, and the thralls sometimes made a difference because it would occasionally make it swap to a style that I wasn't attacking with. But outside of that, kind of not great. For the cost as well, it was getting expensive. And if I can kill them like this, then I should probably save my runes for a future boss. I think. Obviously, with the gold that I get from this, though, I could buy more runes. More diamonds. Not yet, Blizz, not yet. But soon TM. I don't know about that. There will definitely be one today. Because today we're going to hit 500 KC, which means that we should be due to see one of the smaller drops no matter what. Because that's how it works, right? If you just believe hard enough. Woodcutting needs to be the hungries. Get back there. Beaver number 2. Okay, I don't know how many kills that was that trip, but that one felt good. We are leaving with a decent amount of sharks as well. And then we have our combat potions again that we can sit back up. We want to see a pink beam on the floor today. Come here, mate. Let me have a word. Rune crafting. Any and all future lamps from this point forward are going into rune crafting. It is my lowest skill. It was for a long time. Any other lamp, I guess, doesn't need to go into any of these other stats because I can kind of train all of them. It's just rune crafting at the moment is a pain in the ass to do. So we're just going to lamp everything to do with that. See what my max is with this setup in the melee now. I feel like it was 50, maybe 51. Oh, there was 51 with no max hit, so maybe 52 then. Kind of potent. We're starting this leg at 145, so depending on supply drops, we'll see how long we can stay down here on this trip. Yeah, Guardians of the Rift would actually be kind of good. Like, I know the drops in there are terrifying, but at the same time, it would be nice. Oh, ran our seeds. Good afternoon, Dank, my friend. How are you doing this fine Monday? Well, you could do a teak manipulation woodcutting as well, Fixer, if you want super fast XP rates. It's a little bit more intense. If you get some birds to attack you when you're hitting teaks, it's good XP. Oh, double clog there for Grizz. 7:30 now, Grizz. You're getting up there on the collection logs. Can't remember what the exact proposed changes were for the gorillas now. I think it was they don't change combat styles, or there's a minimum amount of hits they can take before they change prayer style. Just to stop them constantly swapping 24/7. I do have a feeling I will be done before that change comes in though. Unless we go crazy dry. The amount of step unders I'm doing, you'd think I'm PvPing. Okay, play skirt. What grinds you working on at the moment, Dank? You still doing your Salem? I see. The grind was going that well. You've swapped the games, huh? What are you on at the moment? Night Rain. Okay, I've not heard of that before. Rune bars, okay. What's the descriptor? Is it an ARPG? Is it MMORPG? What's the vibe? Oh, Elden Ring, okay. The Unk over here doesn't know things, alright? So what was the game before that then? Because is Night Rain like brand new? Or is this, am I just behind the times? And you can say it gently. You can say that I'm not hip without destroying my fragile self-esteem. I have no recollection of Night Rain, but what was the one before that then? The there was the Erd Tree. So there was Elden Ring, then there was the DLC that came out. That was the last one I played, so maybe the second one. Oh, a co-op Elden Ring game. Ooh, okay, okay. Sounds like it could be fun. There is also, I mean, when you play that game though, similar with Path of Exile and stuff, you always do very interesting builds. Have you got a Thorns build or something fun cooking? I think a Faith build used to be your go-to. We've still got 138 demonic gorillas on this task, so we're still set for a while, which is nice. Oh, double spirit seed. Now that is actually fantastic for me, as I am missing spirit seeds. I think I traded them all in. But as my farming level gets higher and higher, I want to be planting spirit seeds around the world. So that is good. The only thing is, I am pretty sure that is a rarer drop. Okay, 1 in 625 for those. So it's not the rarest. Yeah. We take that. Ooh. So that kind of depends, Grizz. What's your XP an hour doing woodcutting? You said about 100k, right? Now it depends if you get burnt out of your woodcutting grind. If you get burnt out, I've got a chance to catch you up, but I think the consistency of the woodcutting grind is quite easy to do no matter what. You just kind of AFK it. So I reckon you might beat me. But your boy is a grinder. And once I'm locked in, I don't know. I feel like I can absolutely put away quite a few kills in a day. Yeah, I know, but you're kind of capped unless you start 3-ticking, and I just don't see you 3-ticking woodcutting. I mean, maybe you will to beat me to a green log. But I just know that 3-ticking is not your thing. See, the only other thing is, Grizz, I know you like to be efficient with your resource gathering. So if that's a less optimal way to gather stuff, you might be put off. So maybe I beat you to 99 woodcutting. Exactly. Yeah, the 2 hits in melee before you have it to swap, that is mildly frustrating. Then go back to tickling him with range. He says hitting 2 25s in a row. More javelin tips. Okay, okay. What have you got remaining? So obviously woodcutting. I know you've done some of the worst ones already. You got fletching as well, obviously. Smithing, right? Have you've got smithing and mining to do still, no? No, you did mining. So smithing, maybe? just trying to remember what your last ones were. I could look, but I'm trying to do it off of memory, and my memories are awful. I would like to think that my memory's been getting better, but every time I interact with Dank, he just makes me realise that it is getting worse. So, do you remember that thing that we spoke about 50 times? I'm like, no. No, I don't. It's almost mildly concerning. Herblore, fletching, thieving, fishing, crafting. Okay. And woodcutting, obviously. What's your herblore training strat? You're going to be doing mastering mixology? I mean, the XP rates there aren't too bad, right? So that's, if you can get over the monotony of making the pots and dropping them off and stuff, it's actually quite a good one. Give some prayer pots. More diamonds. I mean, diamonds are good. Diamonds are technically crafting XP as well. I still have to pick up about 30,000 sand, maybe slightly more, as well as around 2,000 giant seaweed. But I've been working, squirreling away as much crafting XP as I possibly can in downtime, as that's something that will have to happen eventually, especially with the Zenite jewelry we're going to get. The good news is, I do believe that there is enough Chaos Runes in my bank now to buy all of the onyxes that I need. And if there isn't, we can always buy some more. Or use some death runes. Yeah, Master Mixology doesn't look terrible though. I mean, compared to traditional secondary gathering for for Herblore in the first place. Like, unless you're using the guy in the desert to crush everything up and pre-make the potions and stuff, it takes such a long time. So you are skipping a little bit just by not having to get all those secondaries. Ow. Yeah, so basically the way this is going to work, NG, is initially the Onyx was going to be something I couldn't get until I rolled it as a boss. The stipulation to work around that is if I go for all 4 Zenites before I leave here, I'm allowed to buy the non-collection log Onyxes that you can get from the Tsar shops. if I didn't go for all 4 Zenites, I wouldn't be able to do it. So it was kind of a trade-off of being like, this is technically not going to log it if I buy them, but the condition is I have to get all 4 Zenites before I leave here. So we technically could green log this in, you know, sub 1k kills. And if I leave before all 4 Zenites are gathered, then I can't make the jewelry. So it's almost like a little bit of an extra punishment to stay. I say punishment, it's a trade-off that I think is worth it. Similar to the Zora scale idea of if I want to get the upgraded pool in the house, technically I'll be able to do that by fishing and not getting the log. So there are a couple of workarounds and things like that that I can do, as long as I put in place some sort of a trade-off or a cost to it, in my opinion. So I don't know what it would be for the Zora scales, but there would have to be some kind of a cost paid for me to actually go ahead and get that, even though it's not a green log. Only on the fact that everything else is so RNG based that I'd like it to be, I don't know, to feel like an exchange. It's like alchemy. You can't make something of nothing, you know? There's a cost. This has been a pretty good trip. We're down to 129 demonics left. No, so you don't actually get the log from fishing at Zora. That was tested by the boys. They got together and did some trial runs. You can fish it, and it doesn't count. Because we had someone that didn't have, I don't know if it was Sly or Scree, but Grizz bonded them up, and then they went ahead and did it, and didn't get the log, and they had never killed Zora before. I'm pretty sure, right? As I said, my poor memory may fail me there, but I think that's how it happened. And on top of that, after we did that test as well, I'm 90% sure that someone else had seen on Tedious's stream that he has done that, and he doesn't have the log for Zora yet. So I think in both cases, like our own research and Tedious's case, is something that you don't get the log for. So fortunately, we have a little bit of research and science to back up our decision to try it. I mean, before we ever get to that stage, I will always triple check once again, just to make sure. But I'm 99% sure that it doesn't. Go on, give us some prayer pots. Oh, you saying you enjoyed the enjoyed doing Mastering Mixology? You might be among the few there, Lilith, on that one. Gazzy, it's been not this session, but we've had some luck previously. I still haven't revealed that to anyone that hasn't seen it yet, but we'll wait and see what we get for a drop first. But shenanigans have been had. Okay, 2 spirit seeds need to go in there. Let's restock on our boosters. We're using quite a few of our prayer pots up, but we have, I don't know how many I just saw there, about 1.2k unmade, and then we also have about 150 Ranar seeds again. So yeah, we're a-okay on that one, and obviously as you saw, 28,000 raw sharks, we're fine on that too. This grind is at full steam ahead. There is nothing we need to do for supplies. It's just constant killing and grinding now. Other than the skipping for the tasks. That should be fine, right? We have 1,715 points to play with. Easy peasy. Good afternoon, Wrist. It's going okay. It is going okay. We're just plodding along. Nothing to report yet. I did this in the wrong order. Let's just drop a shark. A 53 is the max here. Okay, there we go. Damn. There are some clogs. There are some clogs. Not today. I'm hoping that we get a drop first before I show the log. But I will do in a second. Because we're going to get a drop soon. Yeah, I was thinking, Pixabrice, as a slaughter might not be a bad idea to extend the task. But I don't know. It's already so like swap intensive. I don't know if I can be bothered to then take up an inventory spot to swap for slaughters. Considering we have so many points at the moment. I mean, I might eat my words when we run out of points super quick. But I hope we don't when hunting for a task. Oh my god, for a second. Right, well there's a hard clue. We've been doing very well on hard clue so far. We have a good stack sitting in the bank. Flu, we're going for all four. Yeah, we're trying to get all four before we leave. Wait, no, I need to hold on to that. It's just raining sharks. Let's stack them over here and hope they don't despawn. Yeah, we're not allowed to leave until we're fully zenited up. Let's get some big hits, come on. That'll do, that counts. I don't think so. I don't think there's any detours that I would take at the moment. I think the Slayer grind in general was a massive detour to get here. And I say detour, it had to happen. Not to mention the punishment, all that kind of stuff. So realistically, now that we're stuck in, I want to stay stuck in. I don't think there's anything worth going and doing a task for. Maybe if I got black dragons or something. Oh, actually, no, I can't do those either. Yeah. Unsure. Ooh, Dragon Sim. Give me the money. I'm trying to think. I think the only Slayer task I'd maybe take a detour for would be if there was a incredibly fast one, just to avoid having to spend 30 points on it. But I don't know what's like a super low KC task that I might get. Actually, I tell you what I would do. If I got Dust Devils, I would probably do those because the Slayer XP from Dust Devils is insane and they're very fast to burst. So yeah, that's actually a good point. I'd probably take a little detour for that. So magic is decent to use. The only problem is with my mage ability is the inconsistency is quite high from what I hit at the moment. there was a lot of splashes when I tried it, and it wasn't feeling particularly good because it's costing quite a few runes per cast on the Arceus spellbook. On top of that, because I was on the Arceus spellbook, I consistently kept summoning thralls, and they do a little bit of damage, but they also cost prayer to summon, which means I'm then chewing through more prayer pots to summon the thralls for kind of minimal damage gains. So in the interest of not burning through all of my supplies super fast for minimal damage, I opted for ranged instead. And since range is only 90, all of it's kind of beneficial towards getting a 99. Slayer block list, we still have 2 things that we are looking to block, actually. We still have 2 open block slots, I think. So we'll have to cross that when we get there. So we will lose about 200 points to the block list. But hopefully that means we save points later on. Ow. I do think they've got quite a high mage defense, yes. But because I was using the Arceus depth charge, or the stat boosting one with accuracy, I had hoped that it would override it a bit. It definitely didn't. It wasn't worth it. But in classic Oat fashion, I usually have to try something first, see it with my own eyes, and then say, yeah, that didn't work. As you well know. All dragon tips, okay. Oh. Does it not even recommend? Well, you see, the thing is, yeah, I've got no excuse really. It's just because I have full ARAMs, and I thought the percentage magic bonus damage would be quite good. But it wasn't. But sometimes I like to make mistakes so you don't have to. So inadvertently, my videos and streams are usually educational, because you can see how not to play the game. You can just make better decisions than I do. These rune bars are interesting because they will come in handy for boat building later. So I guess they'll stack up passively. I mean, the difference it would make to be able to come down here with the full Demon Bane set. Blowpipe as well for the heal. Blowpipe's spec would be nice. Yeah, I don't remember what I have blocked already, so to pre-block the other ones, I kind of need to look at the weighting again. Metal Dragons definitely still need to be blocked, and they haven't popped up yet. But I guess I also don't want to preemptively block a task if I haven't rolled it yet, only on the basis that then technically it's an extra 70 points that I would have just skipped anyway, because I might not hit it for a while, and I could luck out completely and just keep dancing around that blocked item, or the Metal Dragons I just might not roll for a long time, so I can just save those points. Is the thought process. Could be wrong. What's it saying for the optimal gear picks? Or is it like full talk? Well, I mean, it's going to say the best melee gear, the best mage and range gear, etc. More diamonds. I saw something else that popped up that was a potential plugin. It's got nothing to do with this, but I saw it on Tasty Life's video. And it's something to do with rev safe spotting. Where if you have certain gear certain like attack thresholds, the revs want to melee you instead of range you. So there is a way that you can set up and not ever enter like direct combat with it. Which means that when we roll revs eventually, we might not actually instantly die. There's a chance, there's hope. As someone that's never done revs, or done very, very little, I don't know. It would make sense. The thing is, though, I mean, revs feels like one of those bits of content that is usually just botted to hell, and then you get AHK bots and all that kind of stuff just running around snatching up gear left, right, and center. Or you get the very, very thirsty PKs that come in, scratching their veins looking for a kill. And then they run into someone who's a PVMer who just wants a green log, you know? So a safe spot to me makes sense. But that's because I am the person that needs as much protection as possible. More tips. I mean, you might be right. I think the safe spots that I've seen, at least, are relying on another player to block the revs for you. So you need to have another account that can stand there and block the mob, But as you hit it, it basically tries to walk towards you because it... something to do with how your defenses are set up. It can't directly attack you or wants to hit you with a different style. And then it just gets blocked by the player. So you can range it or mage it or whatever. And it doesn't come up to you. There was a Northern lad doing a series. And I think he was Northern. If he's not, I apologise if he ever sees this. But it was a guy, Hoop Snake. I don't actually know what his YouTube account is. But he was doing a hardcore like PvP sort of Rev Cave build. Where he was trying to greenload the Rev Caves. And he was using that technique. So I'd have to re-watch and see exactly what he did. But it seemed pretty good. It seemed like a solid tactic. Oh, Dale, that's the one. Yeah. That's the guy. Yeah, really good series. I mean, he makes me feel like I'm a massive wuss because obviously he's playing a hardcore, running around the wildy like it's nothing. And I get the shakes even just thinking about walking outside of Ferox. Afternoon, Nuka. How you doing, my friend? Not this session. But we are looking okay. We're hoping for one of the big boy drops today. If we can get our hands on a monkey tail or heavy frame, we're going to be very happy. Outside of that, ballista springs are needed still. A light frame is also good. I feel like this is making my clicks a little bit faster. Like, it's not particularly intense to do changes, but it is making me actively change gear and prayers quite fast. I'm getting warmed up. You know, Scurrius was kind of lazy and low-key. Maybe this is foreshadowing of a big grind coming after. Maybe we're going to hit like a hard boss or some raids or something. And it's just getting me prepped. Ow. Two more Slayer levels, complete the Slayer Wildy task, and work on the next steps of the wilderness goals in the hardcore. Hell yeah, man. I'm excited to see how that turns out. I feel like it's been... the prep has been there for a while now. So I'm really hoping that it goes smoothly for you. Two melee smacks and straight back to range. The amount of misclicks though with this, with the player model, I just keep sliding under his legs. watermelon seeds. Okay. Let's go drop this hard clue at the tree bank. We'll have a little look, see if it's one that's in the wilderness or not. Now, we got incredibly lucky on the last few that we did. So if you remember, we had the punishment, 15 hard caskets we had to do, which we took some risks with. You know, we went some places maybe we shouldn't, but we had to do it before we could even continue, so that had to be done. However, we continued. Every hard clue that we've gone to try and do, and then we now have 21 sitting there, which is quite exciting. So we'll see how many we have by the end of this. But the drop rate of hards is pretty common. Right, let's crack it open, juggle it. Lumbridge basement, that is a doable step off the rip. I tend to stack up around 6 to 10 on the ground at a time before I go and do them. Only on the basis that way I almost guarantee that I can do 2 every time. Like if there's some deep wildy steps, I will avoid them. If there's some light wilderness steps, like the mammoth area, I might dip my toes in. The only problem is Grizz subtly putting a 1 billion bounty on my head has made me less keen on going into the wilderness. And I'm just hoping that he's joking. You know, I'm hoping that he's that's not the actual bounty. It's all been a misunderstanding. But with Grizz, you can never tell. Go. Right. I see. I'll make sure I go to Scorpio again, yeah? Run out nice and deep into the wildy. I'm still terrified of the multi in these volcano steps. Because it's so unpredictable if someone's just going to log in underneath you, you know? Pixie, you were looking on the wiki at the recommended list of things to kill these guys with. Did it say crossbow or bow? Obviously, it would say the demon bane bow over a crossbow. If you don't have one of those, would it say RCB or MSB, you know? So I don't know if a rune bolt's more potent, you know? Just slower attack speed. Addy bars. Okay. Can have quite a good bit of smithing XP banked off these as well. Well, you win some, you lose some. Which is all we've got. See, the only problem with the Carol's crossbow is I wouldn't end up having the full effect because I'm wearing a Slayer helm. So I wouldn't get the extra bolt shot off. $52, go on, back to back. No. Okay, I mean, now would ruby bolts be any good here? They have 380 health, so I doubt it. Ow. This is an absolute shit show at the moment. We're going to need a shark resupply drop here. Else this will be quite a short trip. Not whether it particularly matters. Oof. See, that's the good gear to be in. The getting the burn effect from the Eclipse set would be nice. And then I guess if you're swapping to strength gear as well, you've already got the bonuses. Sometimes you need to redefine the meta. The wiki doesn't always know. Be the change you want to see, you know? Or just do it horrifically suboptimally. And have a smile on your face while you do it. Right, we have got 340 demonic gorilla kills now to our name. So the KC is going up. In 160, we'll be on drop rate for the 1 in 500 drops. And that means that we should have seen one of each of the 1 in 500s, not just one. Right, just a reminder, every 30 to 40 minutes I need to look at the top left, make sure our clue doesn't despawn. Has anyone else reorganized their prayers as well? Because I just realized that if I ever swap to a different setup, I'm gonna have to redo my prayers, because I set it up in to what makes a lot of sense to my brain, at least, of having range, mage, melee at the top, and then their retrospective combat boosters underneath it. And obviously, when I unlock rigor or augury in the future, I'll put those under there. But because I've never PK'd or anything like that, I don't have a set like muscle memory of where things should be yet. So it doesn't really affect me. But having them in that order just seems, I don't know. I feel like it makes a lot of sense. Oh my goodness. Okay, thank you, Dank. Running the numbers on that one. I mean, fortunately, I do have a ton of rune arrows still. I'm sitting on like 40k rune arrows. So it's not like we're hurting for ammo. Okay, wiki numbers, not DPS cap numbers, but I don't think it'll be too much of a difference anyway. And since we're doing everything on Slayer task anyway, we want the helm. Right, give us the shark drop. Actually, no, screw that. Give us a monkey tail drop. Sarah Bruce, not bad. I try to get by something that I'm not into. My mind is paralyzed. Don't care, I just might pack my bags and take off tonight. I was wondering where the Sarah Brews might find their first use. And it obviously depends on if we pull a raid or particularly hard boss first. But if we don't pull either of those, I guess it'll be used for like the Song of the Elves boss. Yeah, a better offhand would be nice. I mean, obviously a defender would be good. Watermelon seeds. Yeah. I can't get the Antler Guard because the things that you kill drop Hoaska seeds. The Custodian Stalkers, I think, they drop seeds. I mean, Sulphur Blades could be a potential option. I don't know what the defensive stat of a Demonic Gorilla is, though, so I don't know if it's got slightly higher defensive stat than the Zombie Axe still edges it out. Are we thinking what? Take a defensive route instead? I could use a Crystal Shield. It's not an impossibility. The only reason I'm using the book is just for the prayer bonus as well as the accuracy bonus. And I've got now else. See, I wonder then if by that same token, would it then be worth using an RCB on the basis you wouldn't have to swap a prayer inventory, swap an inventory slot, and you could take another prayer pot? Because then you're just swapping the main hand for a rune crossbow, right? So in terms of ease, that makes it a little bit easier. Less inventory management. And this particular grind is a marathon, not a sprint, because these guys do take a little while to kill. They do have 380 health. The good thing is they're quite engaging. Like, you have to be paying attention to what they're doing. I don't think I'd be buying any of the obby stuff unless I rolled it. On the basis that there would have to be some kind of exchange of sweat equity to be able to unlock it. So depending on what I did for that, maybe. But I doubt it. I'm trying to use that shortcut thing as little as possible. It's only in the scenario here where... Oh my goodness, what was that? 79 Slayer. Didn't even know I was that close. 79? That'd be good. 72 Slayer, I mean. That unlocks Skeletal Wyverns. That's bad. Skeletal Wyverns absolutely suck. And they will be skipped regularly. If they're given a low enough task weighting, maybe I can do them, but I think they also do have the skeletal visage on their drop table. Which, although it is on the Slayer log, I don't... the Wyvern visage, that's the one. I don't know if I can go and do that. So yeah, not ideal. We just have to hope that the weighting on those isn't too high and we don't get a bunch of them. Good thing is it doesn't take long to reset this either. Obviously, it's a super short run from the bank, so that's nice. Resupplying, super simple. Alright, just while we're safe here, let's go to the loo quickly. See if a lucky implant pops up. It does, come nab it. 2 seconds. Right. I have a tiny bit of scran to scran. It will take me, as it always does, 2 to 3 minutes tops. Perfect time for an AMA. Ask me anything. Or don't. Up to you. I'll head down there. I mean, this is such a good change that the demonic gorillas aren't aggressive anymore. That's been quite a nice change. Because otherwise they just sit there smacking you in the head. And you try and get one, you try and safe spot it, you get hit by the other one. Very nice. today's food, for anyone that is interested, is a beef salad bowl. Fantastic. I do 2 mouthfuls, kill a gorilla, rinse and repeat. See, when it comes to doing stuff like my construction grind, anyone that hasn't got 99 construction, are they going to be spamming it at the same time? We're going to do a group construction grind. Death runes. Well, Pixmate, it's time to start saving now for the eventual Mahogany Homes wheel spin. And that way we can all do it together. Be like a swarm of termites just running around Gideon or ripping down someone's house and building it back up. Hellion, fantastic question. Yes, there will be a video soon. It's going to be this weekend, guaranteed. It's just been a bit of a madness, to be honest with you. The time I've been able to play has kind of been the streaming days. And then when I've not been doing that, it's just been a bit of a busy one. But the video is basically ready. Just got to put my finishing touches on just to make sure. And I'm also editing the start of this video also, so that we should technically have a far shorter downtime between the videos than we have previously. So we may even be caught up on ourselves, which is a rarity for me. Usually I am kind of hand to mouth. The second I finish one grind, I need to be grinding the next one. So yeah, it's been a little while. I do apologize for the tardiness in terms of the videos coming out. But we are hopefully going to be in a good spot after that. Yeah, I mean, fortunately, I guess the streams have let you guys know that I am still here and still alive. Sometimes on some of the previous grinds, I've gone kind of radio silent for a month and a half and then popped up with a video. This has hopefully been a nice sort of way to let you know that I'm still working on it constantly. Yeah, it's one of those eternal tail chasers, it feels like, with an Extreme Log account. If it was something that I didn't have to rely so heavily on RNG for, I could definitely be pumping out a few more videos. And I see why people make multiple series now, where they've got 2 things on the go at once. Because that way there's always content. But, yeah. I guess these videos are few and far between, but hopefully worth the wait. That's the main thing. As long as you're still enjoying them, that's all that really matters to me. Maple seeds. Have you got a grind you're particularly looking forward to seeing me do, Hellion? Or are you just whatever comes? The Defender grind would be so nice to have. I didn't actually realize how potent the Defender is. I think it's one of those ones that, like, when you've had it the whole time, on like a normal account, you would just go and get it, right? But not having it sucks. The strength bonus and all of the attack bonuses on it are so good. I think the way it's looking at the moment, after Marks of Grace, if I get an Oats choice and we hit Marks of Grace, then the second Oats choice would definitely be a Defender. Okay, fair. You're not tempted to dip your toes into OSRS? Or did you play that first and then move into RS3? Oh, should probably pray something. Oh, more prayer pass. Let's go. It kind of depends on what your goal is, Bron. If you're looking for like a challenge, then obviously you've got raids. Like TOA is pretty good, especially if you've now got full crystal and a Bofa. You're going to be sorted for your range setup. That then unlocks the access to a Fang, as well as potential Tumuk and Shadow. So that if your range setup's covered, that then fills in the blank for a melee set and a mage set. Musper's good as well, because if you get the Venator bow, you have the ability to farm clues, if that's something you're interested in. Some really good clue farming methods with the Venator bow. If you don't have your construction cape as well, and you've done CG, I'm assuming you're going to have quite a bit of cash. So I would also recommend perhaps looking towards maybe getting your construction up, because a construction skill cape is fantastic to have. Depends if you want a PVM or skill though. Guys, it's raining for AirPods today. Well taken. I mean, maybe. Did it then transition from a OSRS account into a RuneScape 3? Because then technically I'd count it. Free spoon. Oh, okay. Now, you might upset a few people here. What was the total KC for finish? And did you go for 2 weapon Cs, or did you go for the one just for the bow? When I say just for, is probably the main thing people go for. 175 KC. Is that including all the armor seeds as well? Both for 5 armor seeds. Yeah, you're gonna. That's that is quite lucky. But we love a spoon. Spoon is good. It means there's a chance for other people to spoon. You need to be the example of what other people want to shoot for, you know? More coin. Right, another bite of grub. What is the total you've invested into Elden Wars, Grizz? So I know you spent quite a bit of gold on the potential flip. 20 bill. Okay, yeah, fair. Yeah. Just pocket change, right? Good afternoon, Omega. Fingers crossed. We're looking for one of the big boys today. If we can get ourselves a monkey tail or heavy frame, this grind is looking fantastic. Current KC is sitting at 358. So we are coming up to the rate for the 1 in 500 drops. But we still have 90 kills on this task before we have to go find another one. But as I said, we have 1,700 points to skip with. So quite high likelihood that we will see 2 more Black Demon tasks to stack up. If we don't, then... Whoops. But we should do. They are relatively high weighted after all. Excuse me. Yeah, 359 KC so far. Bron, that means that either you got incredibly lucky with all your other tasks, though, and they were so good that you didn't want to skip them. Like burst tasks, etc. Or you're incredibly unlucky. And does anyone kill Black Demons off task? Guess not, right? You kind of want that Slayer helm. What's he gonna hit me with? More death runes. Okay, Lizardmen and Greater Demons, that's fair. Have you done a ton of krill, or you're not a God Wars enjoyer? The Scorching Bow Lightbearer method seems kind of wild. Okay, yeah. Tormented Demons give so much XP as well. Before we rolled Zenites, I was initially going to use an Oats choice on trying to get Tormented Demons done. On the basis that it gives so much Slayer XP, it would have boosted us into a, well, actually decent Slayer spot from where we were. Because before we got this, we were level 55 Slayer. And we're now 72, so we've made some good progress. More prayer boss, okay. Yeah, 1.2 mil alone, that's crazy. Especially because if you then get the synapses as well, killing them becomes even faster. So it kind of feeds into itself. I genuinely do not need this many prayer pots. I just noticed there's 12 minutes left on that hard clue, so no matter what, we might have to dip back just to rejuggle it on the floor. I'm keeping a close eye on it. Be very nice to get some God D'hide out of the hard caskets we have stacked up. I think the Slayer XP starts to really climb when you get things like Necreals. Or anything that you can burst, right? Because then you're absolutely smashing through a task. Especially if you can do it in the Catacombs of Kourend, because then you're spawning in Superiors at quite a fast rate. And that's a nice chunk of XP as well. Can't wait to see that pink beam on the floor. This is the first grind on the entire account that we've done that has yielded a pink beam from the floor. Everything else has been a minigame drop or low value sort of drops on the floor. Actually, I think it's mainly just been item set pieces. So this is where the adrenaline gets going when you see a nice beam hit the roof, you know? Even better if you see a collection log pop up, of course. I really do notice the difference though when I don't have my strength pot and attack pot on. Just from an accuracy standpoint. Like the range pot is doing such heavy lifting for getting those hits in. There used to be a technique that you could do down here, and it might still work, I don't know. But if you had an ult that had the full Justica set and a shield on, you could technically get the things to aggro to that account, and as long as you didn't then recoil it, you could then kill them for free, basically. But obviously with things no longer being aggressive down here, kind of doesn't feel as bad anymore. Oh, does it still work? Okay. Because that's a pretty cheesy way of just getting some free demonic kills if you have 2 accounts. Oh, that would make sense. The goading potion would make sense. Because now if they're not aggro to you, I guess you have to kind of get them on you without then tagging it as a Iron Man. Okay, 5 minutes left on that clue on the floor. That needs to be shuffled shortly. I need to see what the actual kills per hour is down here. So I feel like I have been down here for quite a while getting this 100 or 213 kills. But every 10 kills is 3,800 health that you have to shift through, so... quite a lot of DPS to do. Minutes on the clue. How? I'll make this the last kill, then go to a resupply. I mean, if you have the ability to ult, it's always worth doing it. Obviously, unless you're doing a challenge sort of type account. There's no reason not to use an ult for stuff like this. Because people say integrity of an Iron Man and all that kind of stuff. Realistically, it comes down to how you enjoy playing the game. If you want to be the kind of person that says, I didn't use any ults or any alternative methods, then fair enough. If you don't mind at all, and you just want to get the drop on the Iron Man, then it's fair game. Right, 1 minute 30 to reshuffle that clue. Two round our seeds, we take him. Just in time. Okay, so we want 2 more of these. Quick munch a scrant. The additional benefits that I haven't really spoken about having the seed pod is getting access to all of those glider areas instantly now. Because you just seed pod back, climb to the top floor, and then you can just go to a bunch of places that before, well, they were difficult to get to. You don't have to use fairy rings all the time now, which is, it's nice. Nice little change. We take the quality of life when and where we can get it. Best thing's the level 30 teleport that comes with this into the wilderness. One-click TP. Right, here comes the big hits off the rip. More javelin shafts. I'm pretty sure these don't even give particularly good fletching XP to put together. Like, despite their relatively high requirement, they're not amazing. Oof, 52. I'm hoping that by the end of this grind we have so many smithing supplies who will be able to do some giant foundry sword making. There's a ton of adamant bars that we can be using up. Outside of getting them from this, they're a little bit of a pain to make. Sort of anything above steel, realistically, is a pain with the blast furnace. There's so much coal that you have to have. So being given bars just as is always nice. I mean, it's a miniature time save in the grand scheme of things, because obviously the smithing grind in an Iron Man does take a long time anyway. And if you couple it with the fact that most people do go and mine their own ores, I mean, you can make it passive if you're just letting yourself get boss drops of ore. But I think getting coal as well from Miscellanea does help. If you had to go mine all your own coal, that does take a bit of time. But we're pretty close to be able to get amethyst now. I don't know if I'd go out of my way to take the detour and go and get amethyst unlocked. Especially not for this grind, obviously, because we're already doing it at sort of relatively maximum efficiency for what we can be at the moment. Like, amethyst ammo over rune wouldn't make or break this grind. It just does then mean you have a basic infinite resource that you can just go mine. You never have to be reliant on a drop. You just have to spend a couple hours smacking a wall, and then you'll always have ammunition, which is quite nice. I think the day that we eventually get Zora and we end up getting a blowpipe will probably be the same sort of time that I go for 93 mining, because then we can get our own amethyst darts for the blowpipe. But until then, probably not. There's a couple of other grinds that I'm sort of putting off as well for, I mean, kind of future-proofing the account to not go in at post 99 XP. For For instance, wood cutting. There's nothing else on the log that I really need to do for wood cutting. So in theory, I am free to go and 99 that at redwoods or magic logs or something. However, in the future, when it comes to making a boat, I'm going to need to do a ton of wood cutting for the ironwood, all that kind of stuff, camphor trees, etc, etc. So if I just hold off 99ing now, it means that when I come to do it later, it will actually feel more or less arduous to be getting XP that's sort of going towards something, you know? Because anytime you're doing post 99 stuff on a grind, it can be a bit rough. Oh, that made me jump. An elite clue scroll box. Right. Now we do have one of these in the bank already. So I am going to have to go back and drop this one on the floor to ensure that we might still get some more. That was Gorilla Kill 375, and we have had 2 elite clues at 1 in 500. Warriors Guild, Black Salamander and nothing else. We actually have a Black Salamander. That's staying on the floor there. Okay, first step of the elite clue is doable. I'm hoping we're in a better position than when we did the Barrows grind, because we had to drop so many. Okay, so 400 planks per sloop. That's not that many, so that wouldn't get me to 99 wood cutting, but it would give me a chunk of XP, right? Ooh. 88 construction. On your way. How many sloops do you need? Okay, that's not too bad. I'm just getting absolutely slapped around at the moment. $5 each to make 800. So you'd have to make 800 planks worth for that, right? Or is it multiple ironwood holes or sloops per boat as well? So that doesn't sound particularly fun. Okay, I mean, with the shipbuilding stuff, palm tree seeds. I mean, I'm currently 93 woodcutting, 620k to the next level. So I'll just leave it as it is for now. And then post sailing all of the ships being made and stuff, then I can figure out if I want to 99 it, you know? It's fine. The amount of money that I'm about to make off of the demonic gorillas, I think will be okay. Because the high alks that you actually get from these is pretty decent. And obviously, since we're locked in here for potentially 1,500 plus kills, hopefully less, we should get quite a lot of GP. In terms of editing advice, it depends on what you're doing. Is it short form, long form? Is it music related? What's the vibe? So obviously I've probably mentioned a few times now, but that is actually what I do for work outside of this. I am a commercial filmmaker. Mainly a director of cinematography, but I do also edit. Ow. Let's eat some more sharks. Once 2 minutes educational. Key thing is, if it's educational, you want people to learn something, especially if it's safety videos, etc. It just needs to be short and concise. Trim down on the fat. Make it as attention-grabbing as possible. Because people tend to just let information go in one ear, come out the other. So just get the key info in the shortest time that you possibly can. Try and keep it as snappy as you can. I mean, it's hard with some videos. Obviously, you can only work with what you've got. In terms of actual editing stuff that you can do, once you've edited it and you've spent a long time looking at something, make sure that you take a break. Walk away from the screen, give yourself half hour, go do something else, and then come back to it. I mean, ideally, you leave it one day, then you come back to it with a fresh set of eyes and you see if it still feels the same way that it did once you'd finished editing for the day. Sometimes you'll find things that you didn't see before. You'll kind of things that you were set on and go, oh, that's really good. You might then go, oh, maybe I could tweak that. But it's always good to come back to it and give it a little bit of a refresh. Not too long, otherwise you end up like me and then it's a long time between your videos. No problem. What software are you using for it as well? Oh, that it makes a massive difference. Okay, 68 of these bad boys on task still. Can we get a drop between now and then? Not sure why I turned my prayers off there. More palm tree seeds is not what I was looking for, but we will take them. Shortcut, okay. I can't say I've used that one before. I mean, if you're looking for free software that is exceptionally good, depending on your PC specs, etc., I would definitely recommend DaVinci. DaVinci is, I'd say, equal to industry standard. So there's Premiere, you can use DaVinci. Not that you need to go into all the color grading stuff, but for color grading, DaVinci is phenomenal. And it's completely free. As long as you don't buy the studio version, there's like the free version you can have. It's a little bit more complex to use, but if you're going to continually be doing editing in the future, I would say it is 100% worth just getting to grips with. See, I'm a perpetual Adobe fanboy, not through choice, but just because it's what we've always had access to in our company. So it just makes it easier to keep on that one software, especially for doing After Effects and all that kind of fun stuff. It's quite nice for cross-platform. But if I wasn't using the Adobe suite, I would definitely say DaVinci is the way to go. That's right. I mean, ultimately, use whatever you're most comfortable with. It doesn't matter at all. You could use Canva. You could use anything that just gives you that ability to edit. Just if you're interested in doing more editing stuff, it's worth looking at. But yeah, I'm not sure what that program is, but I'm sure it's absolutely fine to use. So maybe 3 more trips before this task is done. And it'll be interesting to see the total amount of Slayer XP that we actually got for the full task. Right, I'm going to show the collection log on demonics after this next few kills. I'm going to reveal a little secret I've been sitting on. We do love a little secret. And it might explain why things haven't been dropping at the moment. Storm, that would be the dream. Find 4 Zenites, that'd be bliss. I think if I actually had 4 Zenites, I would stop killing demonics for now, and I would go and grind out the crafting level to go and get myself all of the jewelry. Because a Ring of Suffering would be beautiful to have, just for the defensive stats. So this will probably be the last kill, and then I'll go to the bank and we'll have a little look. Go on, give us a little pink beam just before we head back. Okay, I'll take a rock to the face as well. Basically the same thing. Okay. Let's do a little resupply. Professional Procrastinator 2. We're recording a chunk log series starting in January, wrote input a few hours, rough draft, so one never picked about the editing. Yeah, the editing is, especially on long format stuff like this at least, and a chunk man I'm assuming is exactly the same. Sometimes you get so overwhelmed by the sheer amount of footage you've recorded, because technically every single thing that you do in this game is usable. It then comes down to you to trim the fat and kind of prioritize what is the story elements or what you're trying to show. Because, you know, some of the grinds that I've done that have taken months, you're only going to see an hour or a 2 hour long video of that. But it doesn't mean I haven't recorded more than that. Like sometimes I have 40 hours of footage sitting on a timeline, and then 40 hours of footage has to get condensed down into an hour-long video. I mean, technically I could make a ton of shorter videos and sort of put them out more frequently, but it's not quite my style. So yeah, I sympathize with you on that one. It is difficult to sort of get through the procrastination stage, especially if you feel overwhelmed with how much footage you have. Or just knowing where to start sometimes. Right, between these purple beams, I'm gonna show you what I've been not showing you. If we go on the collection log and we go over to other, we go down to Gloff's experiments. Yeah. So realistically, we're not dry. Right, there's a reason that we haven't been seeing a ton of drops raining down on us. Now, I'm not going to tell you the fashion in how this happened, but we do have 2 Zenites and a Ballista Spring. So we're missing 4 things now. It's the big scaries, which is the monkey tail and the heavy frame. The Ballista limbs and light frames should technically be popping up soonish. Yeah, editing as you go is kind of the best way to do it, because then you can never fall too far behind. The only problem is if you're doing something that already takes like 3 weeks to get to a certain point, when you're not doing it, then technically you're not progressing, therefore you don't have content to edit. It's a bit of a snake eating its tail kind of thing. I just need to be a bit better with sort of, I say prioritizing it. It's because, as I said, when I'm doing like work that isn't this, I am also spending many hours editing stuff. So then I finish a full day's worth of editing and I'm like, oh, do I now want to do another 4 hours of editing on this stuff? And sometimes the answer is no. Sometimes it's yes. But yeah, it's just that sort of eternal juggle. As I said, we're going to be caught up soon. So not to fear. I can't get an arc light, as it is locked behind Skitizo. However, there was a small hiccup that involved a ancient shard. That's now been rectified. Since you've asked so nicely, Pixar, I will get myself some drops quickly. How about that? I'll stop milking it and I'll just get myself a Ballista Spring or Monkey Tail. Well, not Ballista Spring. A light frame, heavy frame, or Monkey Tail. Yeah, honestly sparked out this trip. Already eaten 2 sharks. Or 3 sharks. Okay, more javelin tips. Yeah, so what I would say, if you've got 5 months of backlogged footage, you're technically in a good spot as well. It doesn't feel like it now. Looking at all that footage, I know for a fact it doesn't feel good. But it does give you a chance to have a bit of an oversight and see how far the account's progressed, what you've done, what key components of your journey there have been. So it's the kind of thing that you can now go back and say, right, well, technically, from me doing X amount of quests, that's episode 1 done. And you can kind of work through it in chunks like that. Because there's no point looking at the end of the timeline. The end of the timeline doesn't matter until you've done the first couple bits, right? So it might be worth you just going through and going, here's episode 1. And then once you've done that, you move that footage off the timeline, you just go again. The way that he just pulls that rock up and launches it feels disrespectful. I don't know why. I think it's the speed at which he actually gets out the ground and just, you don't have time to react before it hits you for a massive number. Probably just me there, but... Good afternoon, Mr. Poet. How are you doing on this fine Monday? Yeah, I'm definitely feeling every bit of 30, you know. To be fair. I actually recover pretty fast. I think it was just one of those ones that 2 days of drinking, I just can't do it as well as I used to. It is a skill, and it's one that I've lost. Oh, more Sarah Brews, yes please. Did you take the remaining bits back from the gaff that were there? Get yourself a nice Madry. Excellent. I'm going to drink that range pot now. I'd rather have the food. That's what we like to hear. Full fruit bowl. I am looking forward to having a nice chill weekend though. Of not doing anything. Sitting very still. Quiet contemplation. It is en route, Mr. Poet. It's being released this weekend. As I said, the good news is we are now technically, we are ahead on the basis that when this one does come out, I will already have edited a good chunk of this one that I'm currently working on as well. So the delay may be good for me. Obviously, anyone that doesn't watch the streams and just watches the videos probably thinks that I'm a very lazy individual and inconsistent. I'm always working on the grinds. They just take a long damn time. And then you pesky people are always like, come do something fun, hang out with your friends. And I'm like, oh, if I have to. More shaft. But that glass is not going to make itself. I can eat breakfast and super glass make at the same time. That's all I'm saying. Do we have any Runefest goers? I know Grizz is going. I know Dank is potentially going as well. Just be interesting to see how many people might be attending. I know you were potentially considering it, Poet. Saying how you're potentially considering going to Runefest, but not 100% confirmed yet. Oh, it's understandable still, my man. I mean, you've got to prioritize health over what you can. How's your physio and gym been going? I know you've been trying to get in as much as you can. Hopefully it's been going all right for you. I'm getting this weird, like, deja vu-y. Maybe it's a twitch. But I feel like any second there's going to be a purple beam on the floor. And I can't explain why I get that feeling. You know when you're on a roller coaster and your heart goes up a little bit? So either I've played too much RuneScape and I'm now mentally ill. Or it might happen. That's fair enough, man. I'm back into the flow of things now myself. It is almost time for me to change gyms now. Moving on to a new place, which I'm very excited for. The current place that I was at was fine. It was just a commercial gym. And I started to get a little bit too difficult to do what I needed to do there. So I'm going to a slightly more strength-based gym now, which should be nice. Slowly working on that 99 strength cape. So many shark left over, but no prayer pots. What a weird trip this one was. Rune bolts. A restock. 1 rep maxes in the new gym. I mean, the thing is, despite saying going for the strength cape, I don't really do that much sort of heavy lifting anymore. Like, I wrecked my back when I was a teenager at uni because I thought I was Eddie Hall, trying to just deadlift like an absolute idiot. Kind of wrecked my spine, and then spent quite a long time rehabbing it, and then I did it again just for fun. So yeah, not ideal conditions for the old spine, but yeah, now I avoid deadlifting just because I don't need it for what I do. There's no real benefit to it for me. I can get similar results doing other stuff. The other stuff, it's just fun to do other bits, you know. There's a lot of strongman equipment there, so like log press, yoke walk, all that kind of stuff. So that should be fun to mess around with. I think there's some Atlas stones. Saying that, if you see me on the next stream, or if you see me in the next stream with like a massive bruise on my face, it's because I tried to lift an Atlas stone or a log and dropped it on my head. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Those gorillas are fully in the floor there. Yeah, it kind of depends what you do, Storm, as well, because a lot of the people that I train around and with are competitive powerlifters. Like, my missus is a powerlifter as well, so she has to do heavy lifts, 1 rep maxes, which is always fun. But it's the kind of thing that, you know, if you know what you're doing, it's absolutely fine. It's just, yeah, if you're unfamiliar with the territory and then you go and do a heavy 1 rep max when you're not correctly peaked for it, that's where you cause yourself some serious injuries. If you just say, today I feel like maxing out, and then you slam 150 kg on a bench press and drop it on your face. Not ideal. Yeah, that's fair. Gotta keep... Just movement in general is good, isn't it? Well, it's not looking good for Pixar and his sleep this evening, because he said unless he gets a drop, he's not going to be able to sleep very well. I'm not seeing any drops so far, and I do realise that it's been 4 hours on the stream now. I feel like whenever I stream it is a nice little sneak peek of my usual luck. Like, you get a better understanding of just how shysty things get. And then when I stop streaming, that's when I can get lucky. Yeah, I don't know if you're or how well versed you are on training patterns and stuff, Storm, but you're basically you're talking about peaking there, which is the correct thing to do. That's what you want to do. You give yourself a gradually increased load with decreased reps, and then eventually when you hit your peak, you do a 1 rep max, because your strength is going to be peaked to perform at its best possible, that your body's going to be ready for that weight. But yeah, that's definitely what you should be doing. You see, yeah, rugby and powerlifting kind of is a similar, somewhat a similar training pattern. Obviously, rugby, you need to be pretty good at your cardio as well. Powerlifting, not so much. But it's that explosive power that you want in a scrum, or obviously powerlifting, you've got 3 lifts that you need to lift for. But yeah, that's what you want to be doing. "44 demonic gorillas left on task." I would say, considering we've had only 2 tasks, we're doing all right. 2 Zenites and a ballista spring. Sub 500 KC. Very nice. Current KC is 404. Now, if we can just get a little bit more lucky, we'll be laughing. As if I ever actually hit this thing with a melee attack. There we go. Not looking good. For any item wanters. Oh, Valheim's a fun game. wonder what new shenanigans await. I was considering trying out the RuneScape Dragon Wilds thing, because that's basically RuneScape's equivalent to Valheim. So in an ideal world, if I went on rate, Cass, it would be 1,500. I rarely go on rate for stuff. I'm hoping this one we go under. As I feel like it would be kind of deserved to get a really, really nice under drop rate thing after the champion scrolls. Yeah, Valheim's one of those games that's been in early access forever, and it probably will stay in early access. As long as it's good and early access, then that's fine. Because it's kind of like Path of Exile 2. Is that still... That's still early access, isn't it? If you've had the opportunity to play that, quite enjoyable. A couple of teething issues that they're still ironing out, but I can't remember if they said it's going to be free once it's finally out. Might be wrong. Yeah, Path of Exile 2 is one of those games that, if it's anywhere near as good as Path of Exile 1 was, it will definitely be worth the wait. It will just hopefully be a more player-friendly version of Path of Exile 1. Because that game feels like it hated the player base sometimes. I think it was mainly just mechanical bloat that kicked in. Where you had so many different things that you could do, and some of them became obsolete as new stuff came out. But they never got rid of it, and nor was it ever then explained past that point. So you would kind of be in this weird situation where there'd be a bunch of stuff in the game that you just wouldn't do or interact with, but it would just be there. And it was confusing as hell. Or you could do it, and it was just kind of suboptimal. Which is the key word, you know. I mean, Path of Exile 1 is a very sweaty game. I just didn't quite like how you needed basically an engineering degree to figure out the wheel. And that is an exaggeration, but it felt like that at times, you know? You'd be looking at the skill tree and you'd be like, what is going on here? Getting out a shaft at the moment. That's not what I'm after. More seeds. Yes, the good thing is with every rare seed drop that we get, we are slowly replenishing the prayer potions that we are burning through. Obviously, once again, I still have to go plant the things, but yeah, I mean, early access is one of those ones that if you kind of get stung by it, it does feel a bit bad. Especially if it's a game or a franchise that you really like, and then they screw you with early access. They say, oh, we're going to do all this stuff, and then they never update it. But Valheim's been pretty consistently updated, right? So I'd say they're moving in the right direction for it, and it's a tiny team that's doing it as well. Zoomed way too far in there. Insane bonks. Right. We are approaching, still quite a few kills off. We are approaching the 500 KC mark, which means we are getting closer to seeing some of those other drops, or the expected rate to see those drops at least. And this is kind of giving me an indicator of how long it's going to take to get 1.5k kills. We've been working on this particular task since we started the stream, and that was 100 and... I want to say 170. I mean, if anyone could flick back to the start to see, that'd be fantastic. Maybe it was 213, actually. I don't know when we started on it. But it's taken coming up to nearly 4.5 hours to get this many kills. And I'd say I'm working at maximum efficiency. I'm not really slacking off too much. I'm bopping things. I'm schmooving, moving. But this just gives us kind of an example of how slow or fast this might be. This is going to be our last trip down here before we finish the stream for the day. Let's hope that there's a little bit of luck locked away in these last couple. It is, as they say, not looking good, Brev. Especially when I'm praying the wrong thing and just getting my head smacked in. Come on now. So far, out of the 416 demonic gorillas we've killed, we've had 6 of the dragon fruit seeds. Dragon fruit tree seeds, which is not great. Well, that means there's been 3 drops of it. Now, I don't actually know how the seed table compares to the normal table. Obviously, it's a separate thing. So it can't really be used as a direct comparison between what you would get as a Zenite, I don't think. But if that was what we were looking at, we would have had multiple more Zenites by now. And we already have 2, so I can't complain. But we would have more. And more is better. Bigger number, better. It's just how it is. I just want to know where these guys are keeping these rocks. They just keep pulling them out of nowhere. Okay, this might be the last kill of the trip. Unless it drops prayer potions. No prayer pots. Okay. I think that was not a bad session. I don't know how many demonic gorillas we killed in the time. In about, 4.5 hours. It takes quite a long time to kill them by the looks of it. But we are now technically just shy of 1/3 of the total drop rate for everything. So that's not too bad. Obviously, that doesn't mean anything until you actually get the thing. But we're on, so far we're on track. In fact, we're slightly ahead. We have 2 out of the 4 Zenites, and we are making pretty good progress. So, unfortunately, we didn't get anything this stream. But thank you for keeping me sane. Thank you for hanging out, as always, guys. Super appreciate it. Hope you had a good day, and whatever you were doing alongside this was a little bit more bearable. I am definitely back on Wednesday. Whether it's here or Twitch, I don't know. We'll see. I might be trying out something new, different platform, just to give it a test. If you haven't followed me on Twitch already, go over on Oatbloke. I think there's a link in the Discord. But yeah, either way, have a fantastic rest of your evening. Hopefully I get some more stuff off stream, and I will catch you then. A new video this weekend. Right. Take care. Peace, peace.